What number is that?
858.
58? One or two speakers? Yeah. Six. Okay. Five, six, nine. Okay. 5, 8. Good evening, everyone. Let me just actually find my last link. I had everything else. I think I've memorized this by now, but. Good evening and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I am Cecilia Espinoza, Chair of the Board. The Board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, we have Charles Smith, Terry Russell, Judy Freshman, and Monica Craven, who's not with us this evening. Also present tonight is the professional staff, including the Deputy Zoning Administrator, Andrew Noxon, our Zoning Administrator, Norma Cozart, Clifton Hogan, and Cheryl Williams, who will be helping us this evening. We thank you for being here and extend a warm welcome, especially on this cold night. But we were happy we could have this meeting and not have to defer these hearings until February, since we have no January meeting. To avoid any disruptions, we ask that you please turn your cell phones or pagers off or put them in a silent mode. On the front table, I saw most of you coming up and looking, but we do have copies of the staff report for each of the cases that is before us this evening. I recommend that if you have not yet seen the report for your case, you get a copy and review it before your case is called, and those are on this table over here. Also, if you wish to speak this evening, there are speaker slips and they're on this side of the table. Please make sure you filled one out and you've given it to Ms. Williams here at the front before the case is called. The board's powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board. This board does have the authority to do 3 things. We can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1- and 2-family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. We can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance, and we can decide appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. And in order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modification will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint size and placement are similar to the structures on the properties surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant tree and foliage. When granting variances, the board must determine that the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, that the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by granting of the variance. A Virginia Supreme Court ruling requires that a variance cannot be granted unless the effect of the zoning ordinance, as applied to the piece of property under consideration, would, in the absence of a variance, interfere with all reasonable beneficial uses of the property, taken as a whole. This evening, the cases will be called, a brief staff report and a recommendation will then be given. Following that, the board members will ask any questions of the staff they may have. Next, applicants or their representative will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so that their comments can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. As I said before, speakers must fill out a speaker slip, which is available on the table in the front of the room. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. If you're the applicant, you do not need to fill out a speaker slip. This would just be for anybody else who wants to give evidence to the board. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient: 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances. For use permits and variances, we have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals as sufficient. After the board has gathered all the information they need and discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Please note that our deliberations on some cases may seem faster or slower than others, but remember that we have received these packets and information in advance of the hearing and are prepared on some of them to move forward rather quickly if there are no additional information from the speakers that would cause us to come to a different conclusion. Any appeal from the decision of the board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session, or you can leave at your convenience. Again, thank you for being here this evening. Mr. Noxon, will you call the first case?
Thank you. Our first two cases tonight are going to be deferrals. The first case is V-10825-13-VA-1. It's a variance request by Rick Lockhart to permit a 7.5-foot tall fence instead of the maximum height of 7 feet as permitted. It's to maintain an existing 7.5-foot tall fence in its current location along the right side property line. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2307 North George Mason Drive.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell.
I move that the subject variance be deferred to the BZA meeting in February 2014.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
A motion carries.
Okay.
Mr. Noxon?
Next case is V-10825-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Rick Lockhart to permit a setback of 0 feet from the North George Mason Drive right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is to maintain an existing 7.5-foot tall fence in its current location. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2307 North George Mason Drive.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer the subject use permit to the BZA meeting of February 2014.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell and Mr. Smith. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries.
Okay, our next case is a reapplication. This is V-10797-13-UP-2. This is a use permit request by Larry Blackwood to permit a setback of 5.3 feet to the eave and 6 feet to the porch base, 6.8 feet to the eave and 7.3 feet to the wall of a new glass vestibule from the easement for public street purposes along 13th Street North instead of 25 feet as required, and also 12.9 feet to the eave, 13.4 feet to the porch base, and 20.2 feet to the new bay windows from the easement for public street purposes along North Nelson Street instead of 25 feet as required. And this is for a new wraparound covered front porch with a new left side glass vestibule, a new left side covered stoop with steps, and 2 new front bay windows. This is in the R5 zoning district, premises known as 1215 North Nelson Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. And actually, we'll take questions of the staff first, and then we'll call you. So if you'd have a seat for a second. Are there any questions of the staff? Well, maybe, are you Mr. Blackwood or a representative? Okay.
This is basically very minor modifications to a variance which was granted last June. When I got into the construction drawings stage, we realized that a small eastward addition to the present area of the existing porch was talked about in the statement of justification, but wasn't included in the drawings, which was not pleasing. But we also came up with a couple of other, myself and the contractor, small improvements, steps going toward the east and a slightly bigger bay window to allow window seats inside, and very small changes to the roof line. So we had to come back to you, and that's what this is about.
We also do have a revised plat that was submitted. There is a discrepancy in the width of the porch along the North Nelson Street. So that's been corrected with the large printout of the plat you have in front of you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Blackwood? Seeing none. Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10797-13-UP-2, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwood.
Thank you.
Next case is V-10856-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Allison and Michael Signorelli to permit a setback of 15.5 feet to the steps, 17.6 feet to the eave, and 18.3 feet to the porch base from the North Manchester Street right-of-way, instead of 25 feet as required. It's for a new covered front porch with steps. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 1077 North Manchester Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? If not, are Allison or Michael Signorelli present? Good evening. So what do you want to tell us about this project you're hoping to undertake?
So we've just done a renovation to our home, and part of that is we'd like to add a front porch to further enjoy our home. We moved to the area about 12 years ago, and this is where we plan to raise our family, and we think that this addition will help enhance our home, and it's compatible with our neighborhood. There are other porches that have been approved on our block, and this is consistent with the same size and design, and doesn't interfere with the enjoyment of our neighbor's home. The porches are designed to be narrower than the existing structure, so we're not touching the setback or the sides of our neighbors.
Okay. One thing, did you, okay, yes. Both talked to the Civic Association and you received letters of support from your neighbors as well.
Yes.
For the record, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, I'm prepared to take a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Smith.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10856-13 UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Is this for the second? It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next case is V-10857-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Jonathan and Christine Lyons to permit a setback of 19.6 feet to the steps, 20.4 feet to the eave, and 0.6 feet to the porch base from the North Greenbrier Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new covered front porch with steps in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 805 North Greenbrier Street.
Thank you. And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. I'll take a moment at this time just to talk about the conditions. Please make sure that you have picked up the report and you are aware of the conditions that are in the request. As you saw, the first gentleman had to make a modification to what he originally asked for. All of those things are spelled out. If you have to make any changes subsequent, you'll have to come back before the board. There are also additional conditions that are on each of these recommendations that need to be complied with. So it's important that you're aware of those conditions if we do approve these use permits. So did I said the recommendation, right?
Right.
Any questions of staff on this one? If not, are Jonathan or Christine Lyons present?
Good
Ms.
evening.
Ly-
Thanks for providing me with an opportunity to speak this evening. My family is requesting what I think is a small variance to allow us to change the appearance of the front of our home. Our intention is to use the existing roof and stoop of the current vestibule you see in the picture and simply remove the walls and extend the length along a bit of the width of the house. It was only during the normal permitting process that we learned that this vestibule currently is not in conformity with the code. The vestibule has been in place for decades before our ownership of the property. Therefore, we're just requesting that we be permitted to use the existing sound roof and concrete masonry stoop in the construction of this new porch. In addition to the obvious aesthetic improvement that this addition would provide and its compatibility with neighboring houses, we note that the open front porch will add to the security of the home because the current vestibule currently is unsecured, so it's just sort of a dark place that we'd like to get rid of. We also would note that there'd be significant cost savings if we don't have to demolish the existing sound structure. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10857-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries. Enjoy your new porch.
Our next case tonight is case number V-10858-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Jose Granados to permit a setback of 8 feet to the stairs, 12 feet to the eave, and 13 feet to the porch base from the North Cameron Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. Also a setback of 7.5 feet to the porch base from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required. This is to reconstruct an existing front porch with steps and a landing. It's in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 1810 North Cameron Street.
The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, is Mr. Jose Granados present? And/or his representative? Do we have a speaker slip? Yeah, we'll hear from the other speakers in a moment, but let's see. Are you Fernando Angulo? Okay. And are you the representative for Mr. Granados? Okay. And what's your position? Are you the architect or builder?
I am the designer.
Designer. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Angulo. Do you want to speak?
It's an existing covered porch. What the Granados family did, was to change the shape of the existing roof, that it was only a flat roof.
Okay, you're going to need to, if you could come forward just a little bit and make sure you speak in the microphone.
Okay. What they did was to change the existing steps because they were too narrow, and it was really, if you see in the picture, they switched, the direction of the steps because it was dangerous, If somebody could trip on the steps, could go direct to the fence. So they were really uncomfortable with the direction of the steps. That was the major changes they did on that porch.
Okay. And was a stop order put in, Mr. Knoxon, or
Excuse me?
was there a stop on this, or did they come?
There was. There was construction without a permit. The steps weren't actually started, but it was the work that was done to the columns and the roof.
Anything further? Any questions?
Madam Chair, I noticed from the report that there had been no comments from any of the neighbors. Can you describe what outreach, if any, has been made?
Previously, when I filled the application, the Granados family, they asked to their neighbors, and everybody signed, and agreed with what they did. But when I went, to fill the application, they told me that was not necessary for this.
Okay. If you have nothing further to say, we do have a couple of speakers against this proposal, so we'll hear from them, and then we'll, if we need to have you come up and clarify anything further, we will. Okay? So you want to have a seat? I believe it's James Taylor.
I live 1806 North Cameron Street, next door to them.
Which
And-
side, sir? Is it the house that you can see, or are you on the other side?
Is that?
In the picture here, is it the house you can see, the red house, or is it on the other side?
On that house, the brick house right there.
Okay.
And you see how that stands out above my house? And this is a boarding house, wherever you know it in that. And I'm thinking that they're going to enclose that porch and have another room in there. And nobody ever spoke to me about the steps. If it was just going to put steps in there, that's one thing. But if you're going to board it up and rent it out rooms, and that right there is defacing my little house that I built in '68. That's what I'm saying. I disapprove because I'm afraid it's going to be an add-on to the rooming house, which is there now.
And Mr. Taylor, just to let you know, the resolution itself, if we do approve the step variance and the additional project, point number 3 of that says that the applicant agrees that the porch shall not be built over or enclosed and that the steps and landing remain open. So that would be a violation if it was closed in. That's not allowed, and that would not be something we would be granting, just to maybe put your mind at ease with regard to that.
Okay.
Okay, we also have a speaker.
Madam Chair, I have one question of that speaker.
Mr. Taylor?
In light of what the chairman just said, and the staff report has a diagram, has a drawing of the actual design, and it shows an open porch, do you oppose it still, or
Well,
not?
in a way, because you see how it's standing out there?
So whether it's enclosed or not, you still oppose? Okay.
But, I mean, okay, I'll have to ask Mr. Angelo a question in a minute. But we have another speaker in opposition. I believe that's Ms. Antoinette Beal. Who resides at 1812 North Cameron Street.
The house, we're on the right side in the red house. The Granados family are very nice people, and I heard what you just said. That was my concern. If it's just for open porch, as far as we're concerned, that's okay. What Mr. Taylor meant, all the other houses are in line with each other down the street, and this one is getting further out. Kind of blocks the view of some other houses. But my issue was, mine and my husband, is that, and I know you might say this is not the place, and I know you've already addressed part of it, but if it's going to be built open porch, maybe okay. But if it's going to be built porch now and then closed in later for more living space, that's an issue. Sometimes we don't have parking spaces. between this house and the house directly across from us, there's never parking spaces. And if there's going to be more living spaces in one of these houses, there won't be any parking at all. Yes, we do have a driveway, but sometimes it's nice to park in front of your own home. And between the two houses, I'm not sure if their houses is a rooming house or not, but I think the one across from us may be. There's never any parking. So our concern is more living spaces, more people to live there, and there's no parking. And right in that little section, there's no parking.
Thank you very much. I do hope that the condition assuages your concern a little bit. It should, and if there was any building in to enclose that, you should definitely call the county right away, because that would not be something that could be granted without going through another process, and would not be in character or keeping with the neighborhood. So I doubt that it would be something that would be approved, even if a request in the future would come for something like that.
I wasn't sure because I see they have recessed lighting at the top of their porch. My husband's an engineer, and usually that's the type of lighting you use on the inside of a house. So that's what our concern was, you know, that there's going to be eventually closed in for more living space.
Yeah.
If it's open, we have no qualms about that.
Okay. Can Mr. Angelo come forward again, please? I guess I just want clarification in terms of where the steps are. Are they going to be in the location where they are now, or are they going to be changed? Because as I look at the diagram, it seems to me that they're coming off the side and not going to be going straight down.
You know, there is, if you see that in the drawings, I mean, that's the direction that it's going to have it now.
The way it is now, or the way it is in the drawings?
It has a landing. It has like 2 steps going down. There is a landing, and it's twist, you know, to the other, not in front of the street, parallel to the street.
So what is present right there in that picture won't be there because it'll come sideways.
Yeah, that's an old picture. There is another. I mean, they switched already. They demolished that part of the steps.
So on this, the photo we're looking at now, the steps are going to go to the right, parallel to the street?
Yes.
And why would that be the case when the break in the wall is to the left?
Well, because you know, for the slope of the lot, you know, it's better, you know, to put in the other direction, so we have less steps in that sense. But you know, the point is, you know, this is a covered porch for them. They are not planning, you know, to make that space, you know, to live there. It's just a covered porch. I really don't understand, with all my respect, you know, to the neighbor, what he said. This is a covered porch. It's not a room.
Well, that's clearly what's before us today, and it was important, though, that you hear the concerns of the neighbors and that we give them an opportunity to make the
Sure.
discussion.
Okay.
And
Yes.
we appreciate that you were here to answer the questions. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, just to be clear, there had been a porch there originally,
Yes.
and
it was existing.
it was in disrepair and needed to be replaced.
Yes.
There was an overhang already, but
Yeah, it's
not that.
exactly, you know, the
not
same.
quite
it's
that
the same
large.
structure. The only thing, you know, that they did was, you know, to change the roof. They put a gable instead of, you know, a flat roof.
So is it the same size as what was there, or is it larger?
Well, actually, you know, they when they add for the columns, you know, they moved 9 inches, you know, in front of the existing the existing structure. They moved 9 inches, you know, to accommodate the 4 new columns.
Okay. Mr. Russell, any questions?
I have a question of staff. Has a building permit been received for this construction?
Not originally. They applied for the permit, and that's, well, first of all, it was a zoning violation, and originally it was a building code violation for the construction without the permit. Then they came in to apply for the permit and found out they were non-conforming and had to come to us.
So we don't know yet if the construction, because it has not received a final building permit.
Correct.
As to whether what is there would be approved under the building code. That's my question. I know the zoning
Correct.
step is required.
And of course, they're required to get the permit.
Just for the placement of this thing, and And building inspectors could find that this construction that's gone on without prior approval of any kind might have other structural issues with it.
That's correct. They may have to deconstruct the entire porch if they find those issues and rebuild it from scratch. Hopefully not.
The other question I'd have is what I see here is the porch floor the old porch floor, or is that already?
The old one is the old one.
So really all that's new is the roof and the columns that are supporting it?
Yes. Mhm.
And then the movement of the stairs.
Yeah, I understand the stairs. That's not a issue. And my question is about the existing porch, what was done without permits, how far it's gone.
We also can see the structure, we can see the existing joists that are the old one. I mean, it's really clear to see that.
I couldn't tell whether they were old or new, but sort of figured they were because the lattice work was over them. Thank you.
Anything further? Generally, it would be. We usually, but you didn't use all your time. So if you want to come up real quick, Ms. Beal?
I've been in that home 1812 since I was born. In the beginning, it did not have a porch, overhang porch. When you walked up to the steps, that was it in the door. There was another person that purchased the house after the Davis, it's Michael, and he began to extend the house. It extended back and then forward. And I have been told by many neighbors it's a rooming house. I'm in the military and I travel, so I'm not there all the time, so I can't definitely say that, but there has been a lot of changes there. There's a concern of neighbors.
Well, now to your point that you said earlier, I'd have to say to you, that is something that's beyond the jurisdiction of this board. But again, if there is that kind of a concern, I would urge you or any of your neighbors to bring that to the proper people within the county to investigate, should that be the issue. Okay. So thank you, Ms. Beal.
This porch was originally approved by variance in 1993. So the porch you're seeing now, what they're asking to modify is what was approved in 93.
Oh, that's, yeah, it's at the top of page 2. I've got that. If there's nothing further, anybody ready to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10858-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. It carries 4-0. Thank you.
Our next case tonight is V-10859-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by David Springberg to permit a setback of 1.8 feet to the eave and 1.9 feet to the wall of an existing 1 1/2 story detached single-family home from the rear property line instead of 10 feet as required. This is to bring an existing non-conforming dwelling into compliance in order to subdivide the subject property into one new buildable lot and a second buildable lot, maintaining the existing home in its current location. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 3606 6th Street North. Sorry, 6th Street South.
Okay, these speaker slips came in just in the nick of time. The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff before we begin this one?
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Russell.
so this is for the right side. Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
Or what? I'm sorry. What will be the right side when?
It is the right side now, and it will be considered a rear if they subdivide it. Changes the shape of the corner lot. The front,
Understand that, but I'm sorry, I'm just getting confused. So there's, Okay, now I'll hold my questions until later. Maybe it'll clear for me. I got confused reading it before.
Okay, is David Springberg here? Good evening.
If you go back to the previous picture, the aerial view probably describes it a little more clearly. The house there, the dotted line, the white dotted line is what is there existing. That house at 3606 South 6th Street is on lot 19, and the vacant lot currently is lot 20, which is the corner lot. Each of those lots are 49.34 feet wide. They were platted in 1921. We have two narrow, deep lots. The existing house it was built in 1937, sits 1.9 feet on the right-hand side. To the best of my knowledge, the house has never been expanded. It's the original wall of the original house. Purchasing the property was to keep one house and build a second house. Because of the narrowness of the corner lot, it seemed more advantageous to subdivide the lot and face the lots on South Monroe Street. But it doesn't change the fact that the house is still 1.9 feet on the right side, what will technically be the rear lot line of the newly recorded lot. So as part of the subdivision process, they asked me to get a use permit because I was requesting to keep the house in its current spot.
So the subdivision along the back, what's currently the back of the house?
Well, I'm not sure that lot line is to scale, but it meets the side setback. If that red line is shown in the correct spot, the house has, I believe, is roughly 20 feet or 18 feet from that new red line, and the combined side yard setbacks, one side and one rear setback, are more than the 18 that would be required in a conforming situation.
So that house will stay,
That's what I'm requesting, yes.
and then you'll put another house on the other street.
Street facing Monroe Street. And the existing detached garage, which is shown with a red line, would be removed.
And where would parking be for the existing house?
The existing house would have to get a driveway on, probably coming in off of Monroe Street or somewhere on the corner. I would expect if, the house were expanded, it would be obviously expanded to the left, and the layout lends itself to, a family room and or a garage sort of to that left side of the house, and therefore it makes sense to put a driveway in on Monroe Street.
Any additional questions?
I have one. Why are you not tearing down this house?
I think the house has value. I think it seems like it's in good shape. It needs some updating. It does not have central air. Some of the bathrooms are original, but I had a home inspection done on it, and it's a nicely sized, fairly well-maintained house. And I didn't think that there was value in the house, more so than just the land.
Just, I guess it just makes the setback from the new corner really kind of out of place, but
Except, Madam Chair, across the street, across Monroe, that house is very close to the street, as is the one up on 7th. There's and the one that's really right across the street, where this picture is taken from, is right up to the almost. I think there might even be like a little apartment that's attached to that house.
On Monroe?
Yeah.
There's a garage that faces that way, and there may have something above the garage. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's very close to the it's not 25 feet from Monroe.
I know a lot of them, the narrow lots, they tend to be about 15 feet from the, from the street. I would also say that, on that original plat, there is a covenant line. There is a 25-foot building restriction line on all the lots. So, that even if I came here for a use permit to build on the narrow lot the way it is configured, I'd be technically violating a covenant for the 25-foot setback.
Ms. Freshman?
You currently own this entire property? And why is there a for sale sign on it?
Because I'd like to resell the house.
I see.
I'd like to keep the house. Like I said, I'd like to resell the house.
So you've bought it with the purpose of subdividing and developing the second lot?
Yes.
Any additional questions? If not, why don't you have a seat? We have a couple of speakers. We'll start with Elua Melvin. (36116) Street.
South, yeah.
South.
It's Alicia.
Alicia.
I just
C.
was going to point out what you just said is the current house is now for sale, and the only person that's in support of this is the woman who sold him the property. And I live next door to Miss Kennemer, across the street. So that's all I wanted to say is
So, is your house?
it's actually 3611, so I'm right across from them. Left. So the biggest thing is I think that if you're going to develop a new house, if the existing structure that is for sale right now is then, I guess the next person could buy it and then demolish it and build a new house. I think it's just, we're scared that the integrity of our street is at jeopardy.
Mr. Russell?
I'd like to ask, are you aware that if this house is removed and the garage is removed, that these lots could be created and 2 new houses could be placed on these lots as a matter of right?
No.
That is the case,
Correct.
Right.
as we understand it. And that was the reason I asked him why he was keeping this house. Most of our developers would tear this house down as well. And he said, well, it's a substantial house. In a lot of cases, the houses are small,
Right.
and they buy them and are able to do that. So I think it becomes perhaps a question for you. Would you rather have this house stay, or would you rather have a new house there?
Well, that's not the question. It's adding another house to this lot, so it would be 2 houses.
And that,
But that was the point I was making.
Right.
He can build 2 houses here.
But he wants to
regardless.
keep the existing one, but he's selling it.
He
So,
doesn't have to keep it in his own ownership. This could be sold to somebody else. He could build a new house behind, sell it to somebody else. He could tear this one down, not come before any board, have, as a matter of right, the 2 lots created and 2 houses built.
there's
I
not
s-
enough room for 2 homes.
yes, there is.
Absolutely.
That's what we're saying. The lot sizes allow him to subdivide and build 2 houses.
One in the back, you see the red line, the 2 line, that's what he's allowed to do as a matter of right. He's just asking for a variance from us to keep or use permit rather, to keep that house as it is. Because,
So
pardon?
I'm just saying I'm against it. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay.
I wanted you to know that he could do 2 by right without anybody asking, because I was afraid you did not know that.
Thank you.
Ms. Christina Wilkes? 3617 6th.
Yeah, so I'm across the street also and down like 2 houses. We can see that house though from our front lawn. So I'm also against it too. I own 2 properties here in Arlington. The reason I looked at 52 houses before we purchased this house. The reason we purchased this house in this particular neighborhood was because of the character that this neighborhood has. I'm just concerned. I totally understand your point. I was not aware of that this house could just be grazed and then 2 new structures could be put up. So I do appreciate the willingness to try to keep the existing historical kind of structure on the street. I'm just concerned about the added traffic to adding a driveway on Monroe. We're already having discussions on the neighborhood listserv about lots of cut-through traffic between Glebe and George Mason. Just adds, I think, some additional concerns about the traffic, the parking situation. While most people have driveways, some of them are coming across on that back alleyway that backs off of where that new property line would be. So that is a major access point for a lot of the people who have garages and driveways that reside on that side of 6th Street. And again, I think just back to the kind of one of the main reasons we purchased in this neighborhood, in addition to the character, was the lot size. And I think more and more in Arlington, you're seeing less and less yards for families and kids and more large, huge structures taking over the space. And I just have concerns about that.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Wilkeson. Our next speaker is Carolee Van Horn or Claire Germain. Is it?
Hi, I'm Carolee Van Horn, and I'm at 3601 South 7th Street, which is on 7th Street, right behind the fire. And this is Claire German.
I live right next
German,
door
okay.
on 7th Street, right behind.
Yeah, that would be 3609 South 7th Street.
Great. Our biggest concern is that when we read the application, it seems like there's discrepancies in it, and also discrepancies from when we talk to the zoning folks as well. A couple being that it says the current owner is, it kind of states that the current owner is still Helen Blumenberg, and that she endorses it, and I want to echo what the last person said was, and the only other person that endorsed this is the real estate agent for Helen. And she did try and get us to put these emails in as well, and we declined. I think she did the same thing for you, Claire. So the support are from two people who are going to make out on this whole deal here. And the second thing is that we don't understand why it went back on the market. They closed on November 15th and went back on the market on December 6th. So I understand what you were saying, that they can put two houses there if they want, but it just seems like we're being duped here, and it's really, I would rather know the truth right up front. I think we all would, rather than just to have this whole thing. It's almost like as soon as the house was vacated, they took a piece off the back of the house, the existing structure. I think it was an eave over the garage. I don't know whether that, I'm not a zoning person, but I'm sure it had something to do with making the case to be able to get this.
Boarded up that
right.
area.
So it goes back to traffic, parking, integrity of the neighborhood. And this is from someone who's lived in that neighborhood since 1955. It's just a shame, and I really feel like we don't know what the real plan is. We could end up with two McMansions there, but it doesn't really, it's not really depicted in this paperwork. So we're not for it. So,
No, we're not.
So, thank you.
Thank you both. Any additional questions of Mr. Springberg? Yes.
I respect everybody's opinion here. I just want to make the point that there are two recorded lots here now. We are not increasing density in any way. There is a lot and a vacant lot adjacent to it, and we're just reconfiguring the two lots to make it more advantageous for a usable footprint. So, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I bought a house in the late 80s on the 3500 block of South 8th Street, and actually rented for a period of a couple of years on the corner of South 7th Street, right at the corner of Glebe and at 3411, the Ericksons. And I have good friends who live in this, across Monroe, in that block between Glebe and Monroe. I'm intimate with that neighborhood. I used to walk it and ride my bike and go by that lot all the time. And I know how quaint the neighborhood is and how unique each of the structures are. 7th is really the cut-through street because of the light, and it bends, and how unique that little bend is, and then the hill and the park. The traffic calming that they put in the middle of 8th and Monroe and on in the church. And I understand all the neighbors' concerns about losing that quaintness, but what this developer has proposed seems to me, in answer to Mr. Russell's question, to be a real reasonable approach. It has value, leave it, And obviously, that neighborhood, at the peak, they were, I know what the houses were selling for. They're still, it's coming back. It's a very good neighborhood. So what he's proposing is not really a big deal. It's to make the house conform so that, at least under the law, so that it can be kept, because it does have value, and they are well built. So I can't oppose and actually commend him for his work. So I'm going to support the recommendation of staff.
I think, for the record, I would just like to state, I do see that the subdivided lots, by turning them on their side, does in fact make the housing in that neighborhood less of a problem than what exists with the skinny lots and the long backyard, which would exist if he doesn't do this. Because he can keep the house right where he is, it's subdivided, he can build a second house anywhere on that other lot right now. What he's proposing to do will turn the house the other direction on the other street. Is that correct? So in some ways, we'll make it more in keeping and still keep green space in the front of that house and on the side of the house that's existing. So as to the neighbor's concerns, by retaining the current house instead of tearing it down and putting it in another place on the lot, which also probably would have allowed him to make a bigger house, he is actually working to retain the character of the neighborhood. And like Mr. Smith, I think that's something that should be commended because he didn't have to do that.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to add that there could be construction onto the side of this house, this very side that we're looking at, once all of this is done, to extend this house toward whatever the side street is, Monroe, an addition, a garage or whatever. But what he's proposing here is to keep this house, whereas the point I was trying to make and hope that folks understand is that, for example, if we deny this, then he could just tear this house down and build a house in its place, possibly bigger from day one, possibly facing Monroe rather than the other street. And I would ask the staff in the future either to make a presentation to these kinds of facts and or put it in the staff report so that it's not the board that's explaining to the people what's possible here, because I think on the surface of it, probably reading the notice and so forth, it appears to be much more a granting of something than we're really being asked to do. Now that this property is with a developer, it will have 2 houses on it as a matter of right, or one kept with a use permit for this purpose and one new one as a matter of right. And possibly the only thing that disturbs me about this a little bit is that we don't have the other house in front of us for us to see. But it kind of comes down to from a neighborhood point of view, what do you want? Because you can't not have 2 buildable lots. That's a matter of right under Virginia law that we don't have the authority to deny, and nobody does. It is ministerial in nature. If my lawyer friends would correct me if I'm speaking wrong there. They come in with plats showing accurately done by a surveyor that they can create 2 lots, particularly with the removal of the house. So nothing anybody can do about it.
So I agree with everything that's been said, and I think the hope would be that since the existing house is on the market, that some nice Arlington family will buy it and retain it and expand it or whatever, but it'll still be very much in character with the rest of that street at least. And yeah, something else can go on Monroe, but it can as a matter of right. We've all discussed that. So, hopefully it won't be big and gargantuan, and hopefully whoever buys this house doesn't have the same notion to whack it down, but rather to find, some new owners that would like to actually stay there, and that will help retain some of the neighborhood's character.
Having heard from all the board, are we ready for a motion?
Madam Chair? I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10859-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smith and Ms. Freshman. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion granted. Thank you, Mr. Springberg.
Okay, our next case tonight is V-10860-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by James Pope and Renee Braden to permit a setback of 4.3 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall of a new one-story rear addition from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and also an aggregate side yard of 17.8 feet instead of 18 feet as required, and as well a setback of 18.3 feet to the stairs from the North Lexington Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new one-story rear addition and also the replacement of an existing front stairway. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2311 North Lexington Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none at this time, are James Pope or Renee Braden present? Good evening.
Good evening. Madam Chair, members of the board, we're just proposing a modest one-story addition of the kitchen. The side wall, which you can see there on the side, is actually not going to be even as close as the existing wall to the neighbor's house. We're stepping it in. The plans, as you see them, the proposed addition will actually not be seen from the street at all. And the addition, or the change, if you will, to the front porch is to replace an existing porch. The house is 72 years old, and the porch is deteriorating. And so we're essentially going to repair that and put a roof over it, so on days like today, we can get into the house without getting soaked. I would note that all 8 contiguous neighbors have signed letters in support of this.
Any questions? No.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10860-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next case tonight is V-10861-13-UP-1. It's a use permit request by Glenn Waher and Catherine Mattingly to permit a setback of 18.8 feet to the eave and 19.7 feet to the base of a carport addition from the 27th Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and also a setback of 20.2 feet to the steps and 23.6 feet to the stoop base from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a reconstructed right side carport addition with a storage shed and a rear covered stoop with steps. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 6519 27th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. And as we begin this case, let me just note that I do work with Ms. Mattingly. I don't believe that will have any impact on my actions this evening, but I do want to put that on the record. Any questions of staff?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
am I understanding correctly that what I see here will be taken down and basically the same thing will be built back, right? Same dimensions?
Very small difference in dimensions. The current one is only 13.7 feet wide. The new one will be 14 feet wide. The existing one's 28 feet deep. The new one will actually be only 25.8 feet deep. So there's changes. In some ways it's expanding, some ways it's shrinking.
Thank you.
Probably the main difference would be on the rear, that covered front, or that covered rear stoop with steps. The steps are now going to encroach into the rear yard, whereas now they do not.
Are Glenn Wehar and Catherine Mattingly here? Hello.
So this is an existing 43-year-old carport. We want to elevate it, update it. We want to extend the roof line, make it uniform with the rest of the house. We do have a front porch in the side, so we want to make a uniform look for the roof lines and just make it more appealing to the neighborhood. We've had support from the neighbors for the project, and we'd like to move forward.
The new covered porch is very nice. Actually, all of the design looks very much of a improvement on what's there.
Yes.
Yes, we're excited.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Smith?
I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10861-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smith and Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next request is a withdrawal of a variance. This is V-10862-13-VA-2. This is a variance request by Robin McMahon and Graham Bardsley to permit a main building footprint of 2,910 square feet instead of 2,772 square feet as permitted, and a main building footprint coverage of 34.5% instead of 33% as permitted. This is for a new one-story right-side garage addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 5909 22nd Street North.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
I move that we accept the withdrawal of V-10862-13-VA2.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next request is the associated use permit. This is V-10862-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Robin McMahon and Graham Bardsley to permit a setback of 7.2 feet to the wall, a new garage addition from the right side property line instead of 8 feet is required, and an aggregate side yard of 17.3 feet instead of 18 feet is required, and then also a setback of 17.1 feet to the eave and 18.1 feet to the wall of the new garage addition from the rear property line instead of 25 feet is required. This is for a new one-story right-side garage addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 5909 22nd Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of the staff? I guess, Mr. Knoxon, my only thought as I reviewed this was, although it's in keeping with the character of this neighborhood, could you speak to the keeping in character with the master plan of the county? and how your recommendation kind of fits with that, given that we're covering a lot of this lot.
There are multiple master plans for the county. They are within the coverage. They have removed part of the cover over the porch, so it's now a deck, and they've also actually significantly decreased the size of the garage. So they're meeting the coverage. It is covering quite a bit of the lot. I would say it's part of it's how this house was originally designed. It was designed to be a 1.5 story. It was expansive to begin with, so they're trying to expand it to accommodate a garage, which there's no room for. There's really no room for a detached garage on this lot either. There was one that you can probably see it in the aerial photo that straddled the property lines, so they did have a shared garage before, and they're demolishing that now.
Oh. Okay, are Robin McMahon or Graham Bardsley present?
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, I wanted to thank Andrew Noxon for all of his guidance and help. One of our hardships, which I know is not relevant to the purposes of this board, but my elderly parents decided 2 months ago that they were going to move in with us, and so we've been trying to make accommodations to our home so that it will feel like a home to them. We did have a dilapidated detached garage which straddled our property and was also on our neighbor's lot. And given their ages and actually our ages, another detached garage isn't very practical. As someone else mentioned, on a day like today, it would have been really great to be able to walk right into our house. One of the things that we have done over the years is we've had a couple of additions on the house, is we've tried to maintain the integrity of what we consider a historical home. It was built in 1929, one of 3 houses on our block, and rather than going up, we went back, and that is why our lot is covered. The garage will be near the back of the lot. That was the only place we could put it. It's not going to look like an enormous house from the street. Our neighbors are very supportive. The ones who are impacted are very supportive of what we're doing, and they don't feel like it will be detrimental to their properties at all. We believe that we have a beautiful design for it that will also be in keeping with the integrity of the home, and from a very practical standpoint, we need a garage attached to our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I want to comment about the statement of justification, specifically the section titled Alternatives that were considered to avoid setback issues. That was very helpful to posit what the alternatives were and why they weren't as feasible as what you decided upon.
Thank you. We also moved the garage forward several feet, which makes it a more complicated design and more costly, but so that we could minimize the setback to the rear. So that's going to incur greater construction costs, but we do want to try to meet as much of the setback requirements as possible.
I'll note in response to the request by Mr. Noxon.
Yes, indeed. Part of his guidance, indeed.
Mr. Russell, any questions?
No, thank you.
No speakers?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10862-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Okay, together, who was?
He was.
It was in harmony, too, though.
I know.
Did you note that?
Second by Mr. Smith. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
The next case tonight is V-10863-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Robert O'Toole Jr. and Sharon Hyderi to permit a setback of 7.2 feet to a reconstructed one-story addition from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, a setback of 15.1 feet to the wall of a new two-story home from the right side property instead of 16 feet as required, an aggregate side yard of 22.7 feet instead of 24 feet as required. This is to construct a new two-story detached single-family home with a reconstructed one-story left side portion of the addition. This is in the R10 zoning district on the premises known as 3101 North Perry Street.
The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Are Robert O'Toole or Sharon Hyderi here? Actually, were there any questions of staff? Come forward. And you also have your agent, is that Sean P. Kelly? For the record, so we have your speaker slip. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And if you'll step forward and tell us what the plans are.
We just want to make a two-story addition, and the current existing house is over the setback, and want to...
Oh, boy.
A problem
That
has been
setback and-
detected and Windows has been shut down to prevent damage to your computer. Screen of death.
We'll restart in a second.
I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. We have the pictures, it's okay. Please.
Pretty simply, we just want to build above the current footprint, a two-story addition. The house was built over the setback, so we're asking for a variance to make that addition. Our neighbors are in support of it. It's going to keep in character with the neighborhood. It's going to add to our property value, and we hope the property values of our neighbors. And we hope you would give this consideration and approval.
And there'll be no further encroachment as to, except for what's existing, is that correct?
Correct.
Any questions?
I have one. Are you keeping any of the existing structure?
Oh, yeah, we're keeping the entire foundation.
The foundation?
Yeah,
I mean,
down to
all
the,
way to the ground.
we're keeping it, we're demolishing down to the floor joist of the first story.
Okay.
And rebuilding.
That's very helpful, yes.
Rebuilding the walls.
So when I look at the back of the picture on the back, that garage level, that basement that's partially exposed, you're keeping that, but you're taking it down to the bottom of the first floor, if you will, the floor of the first floor, and then going up from there. That's what I understood, but I wanted somebody else to tell me I was right. Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, if we're ready for a motion?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10863-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman and Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I had just one question of clarification on the
Conditions?
conditions. For item number 3, is that just stating that in the future they are not allowed to vote over what's now been approved?
Right, because it's, you'd have to come back and get another variance because it's out of the line. You can't use the fact that we granted this now to allow you to build up any further.
Okay.
So much. That was fair.
It's basically a situation.
Okay. The next
I'll
case.
read the next case.
Ms. Cozart.
Next case is V-10864-13-UP-1. It's a use permit request to permit a setback of 4.5 feet to the steps, 4.8 feet to the eave of a new two-story rear addition, 5 feet to the wall of a new two-story rear addition from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 14.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This is for a new two-story rear addition with a basement and a left side stairway at property known as 862 North Harrison Street. Bradley and Eleanor.
The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff?
Just one. So this addition is actually going to have like a hallway or some sort of a connecting piece, whereas normally an addition would butt the existing dwelling? I mean, just looking at the basement plan or any of the individual plans, it's like a stair hallway and that's how you access it, is by adding that area.
Correct. There's the hallway as well as the stairway up to the
Right.
top floor.
Okay.
Are there any changes being done, perhaps as a matter of right, or renovation of the existing house?
They're adding a little front portico, and then also, let me see if I have it here. Yeah, so the new portico is going to be on the front, and that's by right.
The windows?
And I believe the dormer windows on the front are going to be added as well. Sorry, those are not going to be added. Those are the same. So really just the portico is the only thing that's by right.
No further questions of staff or Bradley and/or Eleanor Patout?
Good evening. I'm Bradley Patu. This is my wife, Eleanor. Thank you for taking the time to hear our proposal this evening. The picture you see here actually will be getting rid of the side porch, which will increase the setback between the two existing properties that we share the driveway with. We'll be adding a second addition to the back of the house. To your question, Ms. Freshman, the hallway that's connecting, it's actually an existing structure that will be joined. So it's not just going to be a singular hallway that's going to connect the two areas. I think we have that in the side views as well. We've been in the area for 3 years, or we purchased the house 3 years ago. Really look forward to staying in the area and want to have our family here. So we again appreciate the time taken to look into our proposal.
Any additional questions?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith?
I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10864-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Freshman and Mr. Smith. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, the next case is V-10865-13-VA-1. This is a variance request by Keith and Megan Knight to permit a new addition to exceed 50% of the aggregate floor area of the existing building on a lot that does not meet the area requirement for the R27 zoning district. This is for the construction of a new two-story rear addition with a basement and a rear open stoop with steps. It's in the R27 zoning district on a premises known as 703 North Oakland Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution, denying the variance, and an alternative resolution has been provided if the BZA decides to grant the variance. So, any questions of staff? Our first denial of the recommendation of the evening.
More of a comment than a question. I just noted in the staff analysis that, I mean, the lot does have a degree of hardship because it's undersized, but there are options for an addition roughly 12 by 18 feet, which could be added without the variance. So it isn't often the case that there are options like that are available.
I have a question, because I don't want to sit here and try to do the math. If they only did one story, would that be under the 50 cents? Because it's 50% of the floor area.
Yes.
So you count first floor and second floor in the existing structure, and you can only add 50% of that
That's correct.
to the back, and it's sort of peculiar to R27.
That's correct.
And I believe in perhaps other neighborhoods, perhaps not this one, there have been quite a few of these variances granted over the years.
Columbia Heights West, I know you all have heard at least 3 in the last 2 years for the same sort of additions. Actually, a 2-story addition with a basement could be built on this, approximately 12 by 18.2 feet. So they could still do a 2-story with a basement and still meet that.
Okay. Are Keith and or Megan Knight present?
Okay. Hi, good evening. Thanks for having us. I'm Megan Knight. This is Keith, my husband, and we also have our agent representative with us, John Jones. So essentially, we appreciate all of Drew's work, and he's been very diligent and helpful to all of our many questions for this project. What we propose, the current structure, looking at it right here, you can see our screen porch, and the 2-story structure that we're trying to build would enable us to incorporate 2 bedrooms, additional 2 bedrooms in our backyard. We have a 2-year-old daughter, and I'm expecting our second child. So in order to build the 2 bedrooms off the back, we feel like the proposed 18 feet would really allow for those 2 bedrooms to be appropriate size to have a twin or a double bed for 15 feet, to be able to allow for 2 children's medium-sized bedrooms for our family. This would allow us to stay in our home and enjoy everything that's to offer in Arlington County, specifically where we live. If we would have to move, we wouldn't be able to stay here, which we really love our neighborhood and our neighbors and all of the different activities that we participate in.
And one other thing I'd like to point out, and I know I've discussed this with Drew via email. As you can see, we have a rear porch. The porch is concrete, brick, and glass. So it's clearly more substantial than your typical open-air porch. That would be removed as part of this addition. If you included the porch as our livable space today, we actually would not be over the 50%. And I know that that's not part of the county regulations, as Drew's explained to us, but we do view it as livable space, and since that would be going away, that increase would be just under 50%. So we'd like that to be considered by the board as well.
Madam Chairman?
Mr.
I have
Russell.
a question. Again, I might be able to find it in here. What are the dimensions of this porch floor dimensions? The existing?
We actually have some of the dimensions for you, if I could pass them out to the board, if that would be all right.
They have it on the existing. It is 15 feet 1/2 inches by 8 foot 9 inches.
So it's 8 deep, and not the full length of the back of the house as the
Correct.
new addition would be.
Looking about 131 square feet.
Then I have a follow-up question for you, and the point that he was asking about. This is not considered part of the existing dwelling? For example, if they were just going to build on top of this, would you then use the porch floor area to do the calculations for the 50%?
I suppose in that case, I don't think we would either. I mean, it's not conditioned space. You're not getting rid of the porch, therefore you're not removing any space. So if we did count it, they're removing it before putting on the new addition. That's the first thing they have to do is demo that porch before they put the addition on. So they're basically removing square footage, then adding some back.
Just zoning exercise. Might be persuasive for us, but not something technically you could do.
I have a couple other, we do use the current space as usable space. We have, a table in here, and, I mean, it's clearly glassed in. I mean, we have a ceiling fan and light, it's part of our home.
Madam Chair, I think this is to staff too. What it looks like is they could go back, you said 12 feet, 18.2 by 12, and they want to go 18.2 by a little more than 15. Roughly 3 feet.
Setback.
Which to me seems modest. And I am in the Columbia Heights West neighborhood where I now live in a condominium where I don't have to maintain a yard or anything, which I enjoy very much. But we have done that a lot in those neighborhoods where people have tried to stay in really small structures and grow a family at the same time.
I'd like
And
to
it is, I mean, it's not air conditioned. It doesn't for the technical, meaning the technical definition of space that's enclosed. But it's useful for that purpose, and I like your creative use of it. I think that is the kind of thing that is helpful.
But unlike the Columbia Heights West neighborhood, Mr. Knoxon, I don't see a listing of variances that have been granted in this neighborhood.
Right.
There haven't been any variances granted for this rule. None for exceeding the 50%. Not even on the larger lot. Well, on the larger lots, there are a few lots, I think I listed in here, maybe 8 out of 90-something lots are compliant, very few. They've had additions and they've been able to do them by right just because they're on the right size lot. But there haven't been any variances on the smaller ones for the 50% rule.
So if I may, it's not a case of the board denying the request for variances, it's that they have not been applied for.
Right.
Correct.
I'd like to point out to the board, I have 15 of my neighbors' signatures supporting our project. Everyone is excited for it and, would prefer us to stay in our home than it be sold to possible people that would rent and change the aesthetic of the neighborhood, which has been a common theme on our street.
Why do I want to think that the Columbia Heights West area, that they're slightly narrower than 18.2?
They're smaller.
I think they are narrower.
We've seen some 15-foot wide ones.
I think that's why there were hardships. And I think we found that the ones that they're building on, there's even additional problems on that other side of their properties that don't exist on this one.
Well, this one has a side yard setback, a use permit that's associated with it, which you'll hear next as well.
And I guess as I read at the beginning of the meeting, to grant the variance, the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, that the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by the granting of the variance. Do we have an aerial of the other half of the townhome? Because I think one of the other issues that we look at in the Columbia Heights West is often the houses that we're looking at have already been built out on the other side. As this one, or what did your, I guess, what's the back of your neighbor's yard?
There's he recently just built an enclosed porch. Not enclosed porch, an open air porch. He also signed our...
Kevin Lilly at 701 North Oakland Street has a recent addition that he came up in front of the board for a variance on last summer, or early fall. 705 Nelson Street in 2005 received a variance from the board, and although their project was under 50%, it was actually larger than ours because the homes on Nelson are a little bit bigger than the homes on Oakland. They have already a den incorporated into their upper floor. So the actual area of construction was larger, and their setback, they didn't stay within the rear setbacks, although they were under 50%.
Mr. Jones, do you have anything further to shed light on this project? And let me, for the record, just say Jonathan Jones, 6068 Deer Hill Court, 20121.
Correct. I'm the owner agent for them. I tried to get the permit for them. I'd just like to say we meet the rear yard setback. The building is 25 feet. We're building off the existing side lot. The only Drew mentioned is that we don't have the 50%, but if you include the sunroom, we are under the 50%.
Interesting. Okay, we have one additional speaker on this case, so if you want to have a seat. Is Ernest Warden, 705 North Oakland Street, present?
Good evening. My name is Ernie Worden. I live at 705 North Oakland Street, just to the south of the Knights. I come here to support their project. I've lived in that neighborhood since the late 90s. It's a wonderful neighborhood. I'm very blessed with great neighbors. They all look out for one another. Many years ago, I came in front of this board to get a variance for an AC unit that's on the side of my duplex, and just recently our neighbors at 701 North Oakland received some sort of variance or special permit use to do their porch. And it's, from my standpoint, it improves the neighborhood, the property value, and it's a positive thing for the neighborhood. And the neighbors on the 700 block of North Oakland Street are very much in support of it, and I urge you to look at the support for the project and give some deference when you make your decision on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knox, I'm looking at this picture, and probably the angle, but is the existing porch not encroaching as much as the other structures on the back of the properties? And they all seem to be coming out further.
See, I can tell you how far this is coming out real quick. The existing one's 31.8 feet from the rear. The addition they're asking for will still meet the 25-foot setback to the wall. They just have a small encroachment for steps and a stoop on the back they're asking for. That'll be part of the use permit you hear next. But yes, this porch is, by far more than 25 feet. So, and those other additions only come out about maybe 2-3 more feet. Most of those were all porches that were put on at the same time, and some of them have been closed, some of them have been replaced with enclosed porches, some of them are still open. All pretty consistent with that line in the back of how far they are from that alley.
And their proposal would take it pretty consistent with that line in the back then?
It may be a little closer. Don't have a lot of plats on file showing where a lot of these structures are located because these homes are so old. But it would be somewhat closer, but not a lot. I think the only real difference you would notice was that it was 2 stories and not 1.
Okay. Anything further from the board? I'm at a loss on this one. Let's see what happens, Ms. Freshman.
Okay. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached alternative resolution approving the variance V-10865-13-VA1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That'll be me, so one no. And so passes 3-1.
The next case is their associated use permit for the reduction of the setbacks. This is case number V-10865-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Keith and Megan Knight to permit a setback of 7.8 feet to a new two-story rear addition from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and then a setback of 18.7 feet to the stoop and steps from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. It's for a new two-story rear addition with a basement and a rear open stoop with steps. This is in the R27 zoning district on a premises known as 703 North Oakland Street.
So as discussed previously, the addition itself is 25 feet back, and we're just talking about the stoop and stairs.
A very small side yard encroachment as well.
Yeah, I have a question as well. I understand what staff was, the point staff was making in this use permit report because they were recommending denial of the variance, but if the variance had not been required and all the other conditions were the same under the use permit request, would you recommend approval of it?
I think we could. There are rear encroachments in the neighborhood. There are also side yard encroachments on some of these, so it's a pretty modest encroachment they're asking for, but exactly your point, the variance.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If none, I'll entertain a motion. I don't think we need to have you come back up again, but.
Madam Chairman.
Is there anything you want to say? No. There's anything further you need to say, or?
Let's thank you for the use permit, I'm sorry, the variance permit last time. And also, just to point out that our existing side setback is 7.8 feet with Mr. Warden's lot line. So we won't be encroaching any further with the addition. It's the same distance. So.
Appreciate that.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Russell.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached alternative resolution approving the use permit with conditions as shown in staff report.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell and Mr. Smith. All in, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And that carries 4-0.
Okay, the next case is V-10866-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Mark and Shanna Rothman to permit a setback of 14.4 feet to the eave, 14.8 feet to the wall of a new two-story rear addition, and 16.6 feet to the eave and 17 feet to the porch base and foyer addition from the 18th Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for the construction of a new two-story rear addition with a screened porch, new covered front porch with steps, and a front foyer addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 1638 North Lexington Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, are Mark or is it Shana or Shanna Rothman present?
Hello. I just want to say that this two-story addition that we're adding is just to give our growing family more room. My kids are still pretty young, but even this morning my son was asking for a bigger room. and it's not that big of an addition. Basically, it's the same size as the one they put on back in, I think, in 1980 or so. So we're just basically adding on the same size addition. We still have plenty of room in the back yard. And again, we're asking to get away from the 25 feet setback, as is the current addition. And that's about it. Thank you.
Any questions?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10866-13-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next case is V-10867-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Wayne Hettenbach to permit a setback of 5.1 feet to the eave and 6.1 feet to the wall of a new second-story rear cantilevered addition, a second-story front cantilevered addition, a new rear second-story addition above the main building footprint, and also a new covered front porch, all from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and also an aggregate side yard of 13.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required. It's for a new second-story front and rear cantilevered additions, a new second-story addition above the existing main building footprint, and a covered front porch. This is in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 907 18th Street South.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Mr. Noxon, are there other cantilevered houses in this neighborhood at this point, or will this be the first?
There are further down, I'm trying to think of what street it was. We've seen a few come to the board, but it was a while back, and they're further down the neighborhood. It's not very common. I mean, most additions, people bump them straight back out, have a foundation, make two-story additions, so it's a little different.
No further questions of staff. Is Wayne Hettenbach?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Before I begin, I have some additional submissions for the record. I have letters from the property owners to the immediate left and right. I also have a PowerPoint I put together of some houses in the area to show consistency with the character.
Answering my questions. If you want to just give them to Mr. Russell, he can then hand them down to us, I think.
Thank you.
Are there copies for each of us?
There should be 5 copies there in each of the folders.
Perfect.
Sure. So what I'm proposing to do is build an additional second story with a front and rear cantilever, as Mr. Noxon described. The issue is the house, as it currently sits 8 foot and 6 foot from the side setbacks. I'm not proposing to go left or right in any dimension other than eaves of the new dwelling, and so it's created an issue with the new cantilever addition. So first, to answer Chairwoman Espinoza's question, the first question, the house immediately behind me is cantilevered. So the house that sits immediately behind 907 has a rear cantilever of about 2 foot from an addition that, a bump out that was done of the back. Most of the houses in the neighborhood have chosen to expand the foundational footprint, which I could do in this case as of right. I could also go up as of right, but for the eaves. But I decided that didn't need that much room. I would rather have the extra lot available. I'd rather not have to expand the footprint of the house. I think doing the cantilever would keep the house more in size with what the character of the neighborhood should be. So if we want to look at the character of the neighborhood, the first page of the PowerPoint, if you have that in front of you, is 904 18th Street South. You'll see from the map, the green dot is my property. This is the property immediately across the street. You can see they have gone up as a full second floor with the side eaves. That house actually also projects back from the original foundation. If you go to the next page is 931 18th Street South. It's a few houses down on the same block. What this house did, they went straight up. What I'm proposing to do is by putting the front porch, this is a very monolithic appearance of this house. It's architecturally really not desirable. By designing the front porch the way I've done it, you won't even see the front cantilever. The porch is really designed to hide that front cantilever, so you'll never even know it was there. And I just note, even in this, they had to build eaves on the side. This house sits similarly situated to my house on the side setbacks. I note in this house, I didn't put a picture in, but this house also went backwards quite a bit on the left-hand side. So it's significantly larger. If you go to the next page, 928, just across the street from the prior house, this house is cantilevered also. If you see, they've covered it in the front porch, but there is a front bump out that's cantilevered, and the porch is hiding it. They've also gone, if you see from the back significantly, and that's all within the current the current side setbacks. It's non-conforming as it is. The next page is 930 17th Street, again, just on the backside street to my house. All these houses on 18th, 17th, and 16th, these were all built in 1942. They're all the same foundation, all the same design, and they've been modified in different ways. You'll see this house was built, again, that right setback on this house is also non-conforming with an eaves. They've projected forward over a porch on that, so it's, I don't know if you consider that cantilevered or not, but it's projecting forward. They also projected out the back. They changed the footprint of that house and went out the back. Next page is 922. They have a similar slight bump out in the front there, but again, a very monolithic look of the house. Again, I'm trying to prevent that by the front porch as well. And this house also has some slight addition in the back. And lastly, 915 17th Street. This house projects in the back. It's not, you can't really view from this picture, but again, non-conforming. They built straight up, slight bump outs in the front, but again, on the same setback areas that I have to my property. So again, the construction I'm proposing, I think, is consistent with the character of the neighborhood, is consistent with the other houses. I don't want to have to do the footprint, change the footprint of the house if I don't have to. By doing the cantilevering, it lets me get an extra bedroom on that second floor, which will eventually make it consistent to be a 3 or 4 bedroom house, which would be suitable for a family. I've lived in the house for 10 years. I've been an Arlington resident for 20. I'd like to stay in that house, but I think I'm going to need the room in the near future, if she says yes. So that's why I'm seeking the use permit, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10867-13-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Been moved. Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And good luck with your proposal.
Okay. Next case is V-10868-13-UP-1. It's a use permit request by Alexander Prokopis to permit a setback of 1.7 feet between the eaves and 4 feet between the walls of an existing detached garage and a new two-story rear addition, and a setback of 1.3 feet between the eaves and 4.3 feet between the wall of an existing detached garage and the base of a new rear porch, instead of 8 feet as required. This is for a new two-story rear addition and a new rear porch with steps. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 6022 26th Street North.
The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of Mr. Knoxon or staff? Seeing none, is Alexander Prokopis?
Good evening. Not used to the microphone. So I'm just trying to keep the house kind of in the same scale as the houses around it. We're actually replacing an existing rear addition with one that is slightly bigger, but hasn't really changed the look of the house that much. It is a little bit closer to the garage than it was before. The alternative was either to do a smaller addition, which really wouldn't have made sense in terms of the length of the kitchen, or to cut a corner out of the garage, which is what the current approved plan is, which will make the garage less usable.
Any questions? Well, it's frozen, I think. If there's no questions?
Let me ask a question, please. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand. Exactly. So this is all related to the existing garage.
Correct.
Could it be done by right if the garage were taken down?
That's correct. And actually, they have received a building permit to tear part of the garage down.
Oh,
And-
that's what he said, yeah. Something about that, yeah. Okay.
Like, was it to take out a corner of it?
Exactly.
A notch? To notch it?
Otherwise known as our worst-case scenario.
A cantilevered garage. Oh, and it's brick. That's the problem. That would make for an odd notch.
But it's going to be a very narrow opening, 4 feet.
Yeah, it's about 4 feet, right?
4 feet in one dimension, 4.5 feet on the other.
the walkway. There is access on the other side of the property for getting, mowers and stuff like that in.
Yeah, you won't be able to get anything through there other than, going through sideways.
Yep.
There's
I
no
have a-
side door? There's no door on the garage? I mean, other than the front door? I mean, so when you go out that way,
There's no door in the garage, there's just
Okay.
the garage door. Never has been. When I moved in, they had a garage door, they had cut a door into it.
oh,
Yeah, it was rather odd.
nice if you could get into the garage without opening the big door.
Madam Chair, I have a question, and it's in regard to what kind of outreach had been done in your neighborhood to garner the support, or at least inform your neighbors of your plans.
You should have 3 letters in support. They're from my neighbors on both sides of me, and one from across the street.
This is one of the handouts I gave you guys this evening.
Okay.
Look for the pretty colored paper.
Okay, wait, there were some, I did see something like that, okay. I did see those at the beginning. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's the one I did. I wrote this one from Iola Margaret White. I had read that. Therefore, it's my opinion that the house design conforms to the present design and should remain as is with no change.
But I don't think she understands, like like that other neighborhood, that they can build this, they just have to take out a part of their.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little, yeah, it's not altogether clear really why she opposes the design.
She's not opposing, but she wrote it funny.
Therefore, it's my opinion that the house as designed conforms to the present design and should remain as is with no change. As a neighbor, I support the design as it is now. I would not like to see any changes. I'm willing to discuss this important issue with anyone who has a problem. I am open for discussion. Thank you. Madam Chair? In light of that, and notwithstanding the neighbor at 6016 26th Street North, I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10868-13-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smith and Mr. Russell. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Noxon.
Have a good night. And next case tonight is V-10869-13-VA-1. This is a variance request by Maria Teresa de Saba to permit a setback of 6 feet to a new parking lot from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required. This is for a new parking lot for a new child care center. This is in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 821 23rd Street South.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the variance with conditions. Any questions of staff?
Is the proposed parking lot sufficient for the number of staff for both daycare centers? I know the first one wasn't required to have on-site parking, but if they, I mean, I guess the question is how many people do they anticipate?
This would be only for the proposed one. The existing daycare facility was granted a use permit by the county board to park at the church, so they weren't required to have on-site parking.
Right, but if they construct a new one and have a parking lot, is that sufficient for both property, the staff of both properties?
Are you asking if they tore this one down and added on to the existing one, or just for the?
They're going to build a new one with a parking lot.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, this will be sufficient
Not
parking.
sufficient for both daycare centers?
No, just the one that they're building here.
Okay,
Mhm.
so they will still have off-site parking for the existing?
Correct. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions of Mr. Noxon?
Yeah, I guess one. I'm reading the letter from Mr. Oliver, the president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. And in the report, you characterize the Civic Association as supporting the variance requests, while it seems to say that, the HCA voted to support the applicant's use permit, but there are concerns about parking and efforts to reduce the amount of surface parking and utilize the underutilized church parking that's in the community. What efforts were undertaken to try to encourage that, to minimize the amount of surface parking necessary?
Unfortunately, there really were no, there were efforts to tell them where to put parking, but the problem is the ordinance will not allow off-site parking for daycare facilities. It does for churches, but not for daycare facilities. So there's really the only options they had were to tear down the old building and use this lot and make a larger building with a huge parking lot, or do it the way they're proposing here. They really can't have any off-site parking, unfortunately.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
So how did the first one get off-site parking?
Erroneously.
Okay. The zoning ordinance had been read.
Ms. Kozar, could you make sure you have your...
The zoning ordinance and the parking section had been read in such a way that nobody paid any attention, including me, of the word except. There are, I believe, 9 things out of the 13 uses listed under this section of parking that the board can modify by use permit, but the ones that they can't modify, nobody ever paid any attention to that. So for the first daycare center, they were allowed to modify the parking and have it off-site. When a new zoning administrator came in and noticed the little word except, she said, the board can't modify that. So for this second daycare center, we're following what the ordinance actually says this time. It was just an error that nobody had caught for years. Just the little word except. So that's what happened. And even though we have done it in a lot of cases before and allowed off-site parking, after we found out that we had been reading it in error, we decided not to keep making the same error and decided to correct ourselves in the way we read it. So that's what happened.
Thank you.
Okay. No further questions of staff. Is Maria Teresa de Saba present?
Good evening. I'm Sarah Mariska with the law firm of Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant. And this is a little bit of an interesting...
Excuse me, did you fill a speaker slip out, ma'am? I don't think I have your...
I'm representing the applicant, so...
You still need to fill out a speaker slip if you're not the applicant themselves. So could you...
Even if I have an agent authorization?
Yes, because there's a place on there to indicate that you are the agent. Because we don't have you in the application.
We'll note you don't have to do that at the county board, and that may be the issue for the applicant.
While you're preparing that, I will go to your letter and say, so you are Sarah Mariska?
That's correct.
And you're located, you don't have an address?
At 2200 Clarendon Boulevard, Suite 1300.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
Upstairs.
Just doing the Hess case, too.
Thank you.
As was explained, this is a little bit of a quirk in that we do have an existing facility next door to this facility that's being proposed. And when that came through the process, no parking was required. This facility wasn't something that necessarily was sought out, but the owner had been struggling to maintain the property and came to Maria Teresa and asked if she'd be interested in purchasing it. And after thinking about it and considering the options, it was decided that this would make sense. It was a good time, and certainly given the need for childcare, particularly convenient to metro stops and commercial corridors, and also the pretty significant waiting list that Maria Teresa has had for a number of years. They decided to move forward pursuing a second facility and did not contemplate that need for parking given the previous approval that did not require any. We do have no parking on the existing facility and do have a use permit for off-site parking in an adjacent church. The variance request is solely due to the need for parking, and we have taken care to design the facility and the parking such that we've tried to minimize the impacts and also minimize the request. The variance is only on the interior property line that we share with the existing childcare. It's simply modifying that setback from 10 feet to 6 feet. There's no other variance request other than that small modification, and again, it's due only to the requirement of having parking on the property. Again, we've really worked to make sure that this looks residential in character. It fits in with the setbacks that are in surrounding homes in the area. And we also have taken the step of the parking area has pretty significant landscaping around it. And we're also using permeable pavers so that it won't be a sea of asphalt that you would normally associate with the parking area. It would be predominantly permeable pavers, so it wouldn't have necessarily a commercial look. It would have a much more residential look. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know staff is recommending approval, and we do have the support of the Aurora Highlands community. I also have signatures from 34 residents in the vicinity that are supportive of the use and the application.
Any questions? Okay, why don't you have a seat? We have some speakers opposed. Ashley Douglas from 615 25th Street South, Arlington, 22202.
Yes, thank you. Hi, thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm here as a longtime resident of Aurora Highlands, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Ms. DeSava's use permit to construct a commercial parking lot in what is an exclusively zoned R5 block, with the exception of our current daycare facility. And I think what was addressed before were the staff comments that the Civic Association did pass it, but after careful consideration and very grave concerns on the parking. And there was also another mischaracterization in the only letter, there was one letter in opposition. It failed to mention that there was also a petition submitted by 4 neighbors on that block, and it's now 5 neighbors that oppose this variance and the construction of a commercial parking lot. So my opposition at this is an exclusive R5 zoned lot and neighborhood. and allowing this variance is in total disregard for the general land use plan in terms of allowing a commercial property to not have to abide by the commercial setback requirements and allowing for what they describe as a commercial parking lot to be constructed in this neighborhood. The entire Aurora Hills neighborhood, as you know, is an Arlington County priority pedestrian zone, and allowing this lot sort of flies in the face of the entire R5 zoning process. So not only is she seeking to not abide by the R5 single-use lot and try and convert it to a commercial property, she's seeking to waive the commercial setback requirements and enjoy residential setback requirements, and to construct a commercial parking lot to accommodate 10 cars, when there's also a very large church parking lot directly across the street. So for those reasons, I oppose her request.
Thank you very much, Ms. Douglas.
Thank you.
Is Henry Howard present? Mr. Howard resides at 1207 26th Street South.
Yes, I also own the property that is immediately to the east of the subject property. In the justification letter for the parking lot, it says that it is needed to make this project economically feasible. I do not think it is the position of this board to be put under that pressure to make a variance, to make a project economically feasible. That seems to open the doors for any investor to buy almost any property and use that as an exception to get a variance to make it a worthwhile investment. For that reason, I oppose this, and also oppose the reduction of the required setbacks to the residential setbacks, which would bring the air conditioner units within 5 feet of my property, which I don't know when that is going to be discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker is Amelia, is it Morris or Moniz?
Good evening. Me and my husband, we are the owners of a property at 814 South 22nd Street. We located behind in the corner of the property of Mrs. De Sabras. We oppose the permit and the variance request by Mrs. De Sabra for the following reasons. When her attorney sent a letter to the zoning administrator, the request that the variance is incorrectly justified. The letter states that the new proposed structure is located in an area largely developed with commercial and institutional use. This is not true. The whole 800 block of 22nd, 23rd Street, above Hayes and all the way down to 15th Street is strictly residential areas. Also, the letter states that the variance request will accommodate a structure that is comparable with the surrounding structures. This is false. The entire block is all residential. The county should not grant the permit changes for the business in an established residential neighborhood where the noise and the traffic will disturb the neighbors. I live over there for over 13 years. We bought the house for the reason that it's a nice, old, established neighborhood. Mrs. De Saba already runs a daycare on 23rd Street. We don't need another one. I mean, I can hear the noise and everything from my back of the yard. Especially with a variance, the property is gonna come like almost touching, you know, to my property. We are not gonna enjoy the backyard, the nice deck that we have, the trees and everything.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your sharing your thoughts with us. If the agent would come, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, there's a time limit. If the agent would come forward, see if we have any questions or rebuttal as a.
I don't have any question per se of her. I have more of a comment. Just that I'm sympathetic. That's my neighborhood. I'm sympathetic to the fact that, with the exception of this one daycare center, the entire block is residential. And I guess I understand the need for childcare, and I think it's laudable that this one is successful enough to be able to afford to expand in Arlington. But I guess the situation that our zoning administrator explained about the parking, I'm very sympathetic and I'm not at all pleased with a drawing that has a parking lot in front of this property. I think it's grotesque and hideous. I think that it may have been a zoning error, but the fact that off-site parking was permitted in a ginormous parking lot across the street that's hardly ever used was a good thing. So I'm not quite sure where I am with it so far, but I'm very sympathetic to doubling the size of the commercial segment of this block, and also to, it's not, regardless of how you build the new building, it's not going to look residential if it has a parking lot in front of it with 10 cars in it.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Russell.
The, this number of spaces is arrived at based on what is believed or what the applicant says will be the number of staff people that will work in the facility. So if there was less staff, there would be less parking, and that's the way that would have to be. The requirement shall not encroach into the exterior 10 feet of a setback area is determined in this case setback to include the left side yard, in addition to what would be a setback from a public street. In my past experience, I don't think I ever saw one that was a setback into a side yard. I'm not arguing that it's not, I just don't think I ever saw one, but I do remember dealing with parking in the 25-foot front yard setback that could be, if you went down to 10, you were fine, and that's what they've done with that. So then this side yard of 6 feet instead of 10 is because of the requirement of a 23-foot wide aisle and 18-foot deep parking spaces. That's as small as any of that can go without a variance, correct? I just wanted to run through that. I share the view that perhaps a child care center with parking provided on site, it's not a real good use in a residential neighborhood myself. So that's all. Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to point out that we are I characterize this as a bit of an institutional transitional area in the sense that we are really 2 blocks from kind of a commercial strip, and we also are directly across the street from a Catholic church. 1 block away is another child care use. We also are adjacent to a Methodist church, a Lutheran church, additional kind of uses that it's not simply single-family homes in this area. There are other uses mixed in with those single-family homes.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith.
And I guess I do recognize, Ms. Mariska, that there are other properties going down 23rd that kind of oddly are commercial next to residential, and every time I drive down from Ridge Road down to, say, Eads, I'm always struck by how odd it is, the mix. But I guess I tend to believe earlier there was some angst about the developer in Alcova Heights. But in this case, I understand that he was in perfect right. This is a little different. I'm not as comfortable with, tearing down a tree to put up a parking lot. Yeah, and I know the need for childcare expansion and all of that, but I am not. I don't like the way this looks going as a commercial business. Maybe the alternative of combining the and then going for a site plan with a county board to build a bona fide structure might. I don't know. I'm not very comfortable with this though. You don't see much driving down 23 that turns in, other than the churches. There are a couple of them. One right across the street. I think there's another one maybe further up that have that parking lot right off the road. And I know there are some apartments. Some of these little houses or little buildings are multifamily, but they tend to not have a big parking lot in front. And it's not. I mean, it's not a huge lot, 10 spots, but at the same time, it's.
Well, might I ask? I mean, is the if there were modifications that, and I don't even know if this is at all possible, but I'm asking the question: if there were modifications such that we were to locate the parking elsewhere, such that it weren't in front, would that make this more palatable? I mean, would it be helpful for us to? I know we've looked at probably every option under the sun, but I'm just thinking of ways to allow this to move forward in a way that might make this more comfortable for folks.
Madam Chair, if I might, I just answer that. When I thought, yikes, can't you put it in the back? That would be the easiest answer to me. You still have, side yard issues, but, and I know it's easier to access it from the street as opposed to driving behind the building or whatever, but, turning the building on the end But I think you still have the other overriding issue that the neighbors kind of pointed out, and that's that, it's a neighborhood of homeowners and homes versus, commercial structures. But
We do have the support of the Aurora Highlands community. We did speak to them at length and did receive a favorable vote from that community, and we do have about 34 signatures from homeowners in support as well.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to be anti-child care.
Are those in the packet?
There's a letter.
There is a letter from the Aurora Highlands, and I'm happy to hand the signatures in as well. If that's helpful.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Russell.
My position is that this is separate from the use in the building. There are provisions for commercial-like uses, if you want to call this commercial or whatever you want to call it, that are different from single-family houses and so forth in single-family zone districts, which this is, R5. This is one of them. It requires a use permit approval by the county board. What we're being asked to do is to grant, at least in terms of the variance, to grant a variance for this parking lot that is required for this use when it gets to the county board in order to have the right amount of parking and so forth to meet the zoning ordinance issues. So regardless of whether it's childcare or it's mom selling apple pies or what wonderful thing it might be, it's a question of whether the variance should be granted for a new parking lot in association with new construction. So I'm not persuaded myself that there's a basis for a variance.
I guess.
It's not the use per se.
Well, no. Well, I guess that goes to the issue I'd been struggling with, which I always struggle with on variances, is what is the undue hardship, given that the hardship is not produced as a result of the property. The hardship is produced as a result of the intention of what she wants to use the property for. And so under the law, I'm not sure how it fits within the four corners of the variance requirements, because the strict application of the ordinance would produce an undue hardship. And the hardship's not generally shared with other properties in the same zoning district. All of that goes to the use, not to the property. And then the third one is a little easier. The authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by granting of the variance. Interestingly, because the county did not impose the necessary parking requirements on the first daycare center, and this abuts next to it, I think the third one I'm not as convinced. I have less problem with that, because where the parking's going is abutting next to a business or a daycare center already. But I always struggle with the undue hardship issues, and it really isn't, it doesn't seem to fit neatly within what we normally look at as a zoning board. So can you help us address that issue?
I looked at those too, and I think that strip application would produce undue hardship in the sense that, we acquired this property in good faith without considering the need for parking, and to kind of change the rules of the game in some way now is a hardship after we've acquired that property in good faith. It's not shared by other properties in the district because I think, as pointed out in the report, a number of the other facilities similarly do not have parking, similar to the existing facility next door. Busy Bee in the vicinity, and some of the other child cares in the area are located in churches, such that there is parking to accommodate the use. So this is not something that's shared across the board. And then finally, I think the third point is we've tried to design this such that it would not be a substantial detriment to the community by imposing landscaping and permeable pavers and things of that nature, such that it would be, the impact would be minimized to the extent possible.
I guess I'm kind of inclined to think that your problem isn't with the zoning issues per se. I think your problem is with the requirement that the county's imposing because of the parking. And so I don't know that it's properly fixed by a variance, even though the variance is necessary because of the spacing of the parking spaces. But the underlying issue is that reading of the zoning code is what causes the hardship, not the hardship that exists on the property. And under the interpretation that we have to look at, we're not supposed to look at the use of the property. And yet, ironically, it's because of the use of the property that the zoning laws create the hardship. So I'm feeling like there's this whole catch-22 issue.
Well, I wonder if I may. Certainly we are very committed to this use at this location for a lot of reasons. We think it's necessary, and we have a lot of parents on a waiting list that think it's an important use too. I wonder if, this might be something we could continue to discuss, maybe also with staff, and think about if there's any possible redesign that might be more palatable as one option, and also talk about, any ability to, I know this is a long shot, but modify the ordinance. Because, to be perfectly candid, we function next door without parking. We function quite well. The folks that work at that facility do take public transit. They do walk. We do have outside parking. And I think I hear what you're saying, and we've struggled with it too, because we're here because of that parking requirement. And I want there to be some way that we can make this work. I think we're all trying to move towards that position. And I'm just not sure that any of us this evening are coming up with that.
And I guess, so what I'm hearing, and maybe this will help you, is there's a request to withdraw the application at this time so that we don't receive a negative vote, and you would have to start at the beginning and defer the matter. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
To pursue further options? And it may be that your options are with the county.
Right. And I'm just thinking that
I mean county board.
Right. I'm just thinking I don't want to have a denial, and I don't want to start at square one, and I think there's some support for the use, and maybe it's just a thought of how we could get there in a different way.
And Madam Chair, in light of the application fee of $4,200 and change, I guess I would suggest a deferral for several months maybe, versus withdrawing.
Right.
And then
I just meant withdraw from our current discussion and defer. I absolutely did mean that, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
If I think the applicant is making the request, we can, I think somebody here can make a motion.
I'd move to defer this matter until
March?
March.
Let's go with March.
March would be great.
2014 meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to defer this matter, and can we do it's an accompanying case as well in the motion? Ron Knoxon, can we call, or do we have to do it separately?
I'll call it out, certainly.
Well,
What is the, sorry, go ahead. Did you have a vote on the deferral?
Separately. Okay, so it's been moved to defer V-10869-13-VA-1. All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Okay, and now, Mr. Knoxon, if you'll call
This is V-10869-13-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Maria Teresa de Saba to permit a setback of 21 feet to the light well, 23.5 feet to the eave, and 25 feet to the wall from the rear property line instead of 50 feet as required, and a setback 6.5 feet to the eave and 8 feet to the wall from the left side property line instead of 16 feet as required, and also 8.5 feet to the eave and 10 feet to the wall from the right side property line instead of 20 feet as required. This is for a new two-story child care center. This is in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 821 23rd Street South.
I believe the request is to defer this matter as well. Can we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to defer this use permit request to the March meeting of the 2014 of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
Well, Ms. Freshman will take your second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
That'll bring us to our last case tonight. This is another variance request. This is V-10870.
Pass case.
-13-VA-3. This is a variance request by Hess Corporation to permit a setback of 27.3 feet to the center line of North Jackson Street instead of 40 feet as required. And also drive aisle widths reduced to as low as 14.3 feet instead of 23 feet as required. This is for the reconstruction of an existing gas station. It's in the C3 zoning district on a premises known as 3299 Wilson Boulevard.
The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the variance with conditions.
So I have an existing and a proposed in your giant fold-up maps there.
We looked at yeah, okay. This one got put off for a long time, right? Well, there was something about this property when I first came on the board, and then things. Okay, any questions of staff? If not, Ms. Modiska, you want to come back up? That's with this one.
I learned, I've submitted a speaker slip. I'm Sarah Mariska here on behalf of Hess Corporation. I do have one thing to distribute to the BZA this evening.
One, just pass that. I'll take care of it. Okay.
First of all, this is another variance request, and in this case, I do believe that We have some pretty significant hardships in terms of the shape and size of the property. We are surrounded on 3 sides by streets and are looking at a required 40-foot setback from center line of each of those streets. We are requesting a modification only on one side, on North Jackson Street, and what we're proposing to do is to upgrade and modernize a very an aging service station. And actually, when I was doing my research in the county records, it looks like a gas station was established at this property in, I believe, 1937 or 1938. It's been here for a very long time. This facility was constructed in about 1968, upgraded in 1994, and we're looking again at doing some upgrades. As you can see in these photos, there's an existing storage building. There is a very small kiosk at the corner of 10th Street and Wilson Boulevard, and then the canopy. And actually, there are 6 pumps beneath the canopy and a 7th outside the canopy. The canopy would remain in almost the identical location. We would remove the pump that is outside the canopy, remove the kiosk at the corner, remove that storage building, and then construct about a 1,200 square foot store at the northern portion of the property, and then are simply requesting relief along North Jackson Street from the 40-foot setback from center line. As we were reviewing the elevations that were submitted were slightly different than the elevations that were captured on the variance plat. So the elevations that I have submitted this evening are consistent with the variance plat that was submitted, consistent with the advertising, and consistent with the dimensions included in the staff report. They're very similar to what was in your package. It's just a slight modification. We just wanted to make sure everything was consistent so that we didn't have a problem when we came back at time of building permit. We do have staff support, and we did meet on 2 occasions with the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association. They didn't take a formal position or submit a letter, but we answered their questions, and I think they're generally supportive of the improvements to pedestrian connectivity, primarily due to the reduction from 10 to 6 curb cuts, and certainly the improvement to the appearance of an aging site. But I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Well, first, do we have any questions for staff as well? So we'll entertain either.
Well, I guess just one, and maybe it's a multi-part question. In reading through the report, there was an indication that there had been some takings by the county or the state for road improvements. Any idea when those happened and what the scale were?
I couldn't tell you when they happened. I remember looking it up in environmental services, but I think North Jackson Street has remained. Wilson and 10th Street were once, or actually 10th Street was expanded.
Mm-hmm.
At Wilson Boulevard, they did some work to the sidewalks and everything, so they took some property at that point too. These used to be even more narrow than they are now. They put in some turn lanes here and there, some median strips. Remember the original plat, I wish I would have included that in here, the original plat from their first variance when they first built their gas station in '67. It was a much larger parcel of land.
That's what I was trying to get to, is how much bigger it was.
Was 10th Street there at all then?
It wasn't a boulevard.
But it wasn't 10th Street.
Fairfax Drive wasn't there, or most of it wasn't,
two-way
because that's
road.
where Metro is.
Right.
For us old people who remember when that stuff was done. I have a question of staff, if I may. Does the county board have to take any action on this after we take ours?
No.
So they can build this gas station again without asking the county board approval right in the middle of the RV corridor?
Correctly.
Thank you. Oh, and the other question I had, is there a freestanding sign on this site? I thought there was.
There's 2, actually. There's one, as you can see in this picture behind the telephone pole, that's kind of at the corner. There's actually a second one that you might be able to see there on 10th Street. And what we're actually, there's currently a comprehensive sign plan approved as part of the most recent use permit that was approved in 1994. We would be proposing to retain the existing sign at the corner of Wilson Boulevard and 10th Street. And what we're contemplating, we've discussed this with the zoning administrator, is we would be contemplating removing the second freestanding sign and doing an administrative change to allow that same sign area as building mounted sign on the convenience store.
And let me ask another one of my stupid questions, because I look and I look and I look and I forget, I feel like I leave something out. Is it only the building that's getting a variance? Is it the canopy too?
The canopy is by right. You have the parking aisle widths as well that are an issue.
Oh, thank you, Drew. But I would note that the existing canopy encroaches into that setback, and also the existing drive aisles, we are actually making them more conforming than they currently are.
So we're approving a variance for aisle widths of driveway, wherein the one we just had, what was driving it was maintaining the 23 feet instead of asking for a variance from that. Okay.
This isn't in the middle of a neighborhood block.
That's what was driving that one.
Well, this one's in the middle of the RV corridor, so keep that in mind.
Where we need gas stations.
And I was just thinking, where are there other gas stations I think you can go over to?
There have been occasions where the only way I could get home was that gas station, so.
Washington, I think, maybe.
There's the Washington Boulevard and Glebe. There's this gas station, the Sunoco, and then you have to go all the way down to the Exxon toward between Courthouse and Roslyn is the only other one in the corridor.
Yep.
I think this one's the cheapest too, right?
I would confirm that that's the case. This is where I get my gas because of that.
This is pretty consistently at the lower end of gas stations.
But again, that has nothing to do with granting something
not
on
at
the
all.
land,
Not at all,
or whether it is gas or not.
having been an owner of the Jets, or having been, contributed so much in the Caribbean and so much other stuff that the Hess Company has done.
Well, owner of the Jets wouldn't be good at all.
That was them.
Any further questions? I would hate to break
Madam
my
Chair,
streak and take us
I'd move
past-
that the Board of Zoning Appeals grant the variance request for, adopt the attached resolution approving the variance V-10870-13-VA-3.
Madam Chairman, actually, Drew, I don't know if you distributed revised conditions because condition 1 specifies that you'd be approving it consistent with the elevations that were submitted in the report, but I actually distributed elevations tonight that differ slightly, so I don't know if we need to account for that, but I want to make sure that we do.
We will change the date on that portion.
Constructed.
good, sorry.
So that would be December 10th?
Exactly.
Okay, and in condition number 1, staff report dated December 10.
Okay. Okay. It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Freshman. Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Everyone?
I vote aye. Are you voting aye?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear you.
Shook her head. She didn't say anything. I was waiting to see what.
She
I was
said
waiting
it.
to see what
She
Cecilia
seconded
was
it. She
going
had to.
You know, she said it, but I didn't hear.
You can't second and then vote
Yes, you
against
can.
it.
You can.
Yes, you can. You can move something
For
to a
purposes of
vote.
discussion, you can second.
I think that's the hardest aye I ever said.
Yeah, you better say, I think for Robert's purposes, you better say that you're moving it for.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
I wasn't sure where Mr. Russell was, so.
Thank you.
My question, is it going to be Blimpies? Is that who's going to be inside? Okay. Oh.
I don't care. I won't use it. No, I wanted to vote against it.
Kinda
I was
cool.
waiting to see what Cecilia was going to do.
Okay, before everybody leaves, we have to actually, Mr. Russell, before everybody leaves, we need to approve the September minutes. It's the first time we have the right three of us together to be able to approve these minutes.
that.
That's the redevelopment of the Rosenboston Park to get a variance for
The attorney, because that was the parking
I'm not
lot
gonna
60
strike.
case, Monroe Street.
But you voted against it, so I thought you would.
And part of it is, but, and part of it for me is,
We're gonna have a gas station there for 40 years, and there'll be beautiful gleaming buildings all around it. A little nasty gas station. I think the county board ought to buy it.
we actually have the other little gas station that was there because of that big building next to it with the gas station and auto place on the same, one block up from there. That always was crazy to me that, you know, they didn't.
But we
buy that.
don't, you can do what you can do as a matter of right in Arlington. The whole idea of not giving anybody a variance to do something is to get them to go to the special exceptions.
They can't put the parking in the back because they can't get aisles around the house. If they do that, there'll be overcoverage.
That's where I have trouble with it. I voted in favor of
They
it.
could have left their little crummy
Yes,
gas
they
station
could've.
there and not done a thing to
Yeah,
it.
uh-huh.
For
And
me-
you know what
but-
Giant does when that happens? Eventually they go, we can't stand this store anymore. That's not what they're programmed, and we leave. Every time we do something to facilitate them doing another 20 or 30 years, that's what they're going to have for another 20, 30 years. I'm very sympathetic to the gas meters, which are out in the corridor, but I think that's a county board issue. And,
But to me, the hardship and the shape of the property itself,
And the take-
that's where I always get stuck on that first one, is that this is unique. That property and that piece of property is so unique compared to anything else in the area.
they don't have to have that many pumps. They don't have to have that big.
They're
of a-
reducing the size of it.
Still, but they could figure out how to design something within the by right
Setback issue.
of the
They
property.
would need that, but
Without the assistance of either the Board
they
of
could tear them
Zoning
both
Appeals
down, rebuild from scratch.
or the county board, through the county board's abilities to.
But they want to sell coffee in there and have the little, the little convenience store thing. That's the. that's
Oh,
the-
I didn't even think about that. I wouldn't have voted for that, yeah.
Well, that's why the. well, I'm gonna see
Okay, before we do that, will you two stop talking so we can finish the minutes? Okay, I have the minutes of September 12, 2013.
I move the adoption of the September 12 minutes.
Mr. Russell?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. There's only three of us, that's why.
Thank you.
Actually, you can't vote.
Register your vote in that county.
Mr. Craven, Ms. Cravens, your vote is, you abstain. Sorry. It's very late. Ms. Freshman, your vote is recognized as an abstain because you were not present, so you can't vote. Okay, so they are now passed. Now we also,
Now you can.
I was gonna say, so now I get to, I can't, do I?
Chair, I move the adoption of the.
No, actually, I think, can I take the motion? Yeah, I guess I can.
Sure you can. You're chairman of this meeting where it's being taken up.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
I move the adoption of the November meeting minutes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
3 votes in favor, and I'm abstaining on the November minutes.
Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Ms. Freshman, Mr. Smith?
Second.
Mr. Smith seconds. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Merry
Andrew,
Christmas.
for the copy of the.
I forget we get January off. I'm so excited. Enjoy the holidays, everyone.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody, and Happy New Year.
My little card go. Oh,
And thank you again for the little bag of goodies.
yes, card. Thank you.
Yeah.
For the BZA.
The site is really bad.
Turn your schedule up.
Let's see what the weather's like now.
I went through to try to find the 14 dates. They still have the 12 up and the 13, but not the 14. As of like yesterday. They don't even have me, and I've been here almost a year. So somewhere. Yeah,
BZA, have you done the new BZA stuff?
No, it's not, well, it's not adopted yet.
But she should be, wait a minute. You're talking about BZA schedule or board schedule? BZA.
You're not listed on the website as a member? Is that what you're saying? No.
It's not up to date yet? Okay.
No, it's just, oh.
There's also, 4 different places you can go on the website to get there, so you
Yeah,
may
that's the thing, is,
Maybe in the,
maybe one of the older pages too.
yeah.
Let me check.
They completely
I will
threw
certainly
me
check.
for a loop.
Make sure all 4 places have everything updated.
Because you had said they were going to be Wednesdays, right?
Why can't you recycle them?
Yeah, I'll send out the preliminary schedule for the BZA, so.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Thursday.
Come back to us again. The
The-
child care center.
I hope
I
not.
think this was part of the reason I think I went that way is because we just beat up.
You can give her one. No, I
funny, I know
can't.
judges
I mean,
do
I
think
see.
that way.
I wish that we, I wish that there was a backbone to do something about properties like that. That's fine.
I don't know why they didn't do it.
Well, no, that,
Because this is gonna always come up.
all the properties between Roslyn and Ballston are planned and have been since 1960 to redevelop. And/or whatever it is you're going to do with it, that you go to the county board for a special exception with conditions to get it approved. So that,
all kinds of stuff.
so that the extractions can be done that are in the plan. This is the miracle of Arlington. This is the reason it is taught in universities around this country. It's not just transit-oriented development. It's our special exception site plan system. That's the great thing about Arlington. Who cares what it is that you're going to...
So why isn't this part of that? Why were they allowed to come to us instead of having to go through county?
Because they're doing this as a matter of right and requesting a variance. And see, that's where I struggled with this one in terms of hardship, regardless of the shape of the lot or anything else. They got the shape of the lot, but they want to do 10 pumps. I'm making the numbers up. They want to do 10 pumps. Why can't they do 6? I mean, why they want to do this box store? That's the standard size of their product that their crews know how to build, instead of cutting it back 10 feet if they want to do by right. If you want to do by right, do your worst. You're not going to get any help with it. And it can be as pretty as you want it or as ugly as we have to put up with it. And that's why up and down the street, there's, you go by for example, the Navy League building, and what's on the very next block? Chain link fence and old used car lot and stuff, because we don't have any ability to force somebody
You don't think the
either to redevelop their property or to do something, to improve it. So you don't, my view, you don't help them. We nearly got that Shell station stuck next to DARPA because they had plenty of room not to redevelop that corner up at Randolph Street and right.
Find out tomorrow.
But they got that Shell station in. Now I understand the whole gas situation, but on the other hand, we have service streets in this county that serve that purpose. There's a service station that will never redevelop on the corner of 10th and Washington Boulevard.
Talk to
There's
somebody down here.
1,000 of them up and down Lee Highway.
Serious
It's anyway.
Well, that one at 10th and Washington that's right across the street from that huge development. I mean, it's...
They don't have enough property to do anything, but there's not.
they got some double-decker thing going on up there also. I mean, if they...
Let's see your little used car lot. Do it.
Part of the problem too is that
I don't know exactly how big that area is, but there's creative development that can go on.
I was sort of more persuaded by the fact that the staff recommended approval of this.
Yeah, I was surprised by that, actually.
Yeah,
And
that was
the
surprised.
taking. But I thought that would be a perfect thing for putting something over, like down in Roslyn. That kind of that little...
getting all this.
Well, I mean, I guess the one thing we could have done since we were doing variance, we could have said,
Well, we'll do the best we can to get that straightened out.
Oh, yeah. That's
that
why.
was the one thing we should have thought about.
That's why I asked them about the sign, and they said they were going to do their sign plan.
I mean, that's where you're gonna go. No, I'm not gonna be here till.
Yeah, just what we need,
Because I'm not gonna, because I gotta go out there and find the transport cab to take me home.
But,
I'm not sure.
$800,000 flats of apartments.
Jackson, though, that little.
Anything that fell, that didn't dry up, it's gonna be
That's
ice
the whole
tonight
thing. The
and
more,
first thing in the
see,
morning, and I'm not driving
that's
out
the
here.
short side of thinking I don't mean.
No, that's
But
okay.
Jackson Street should be closed. It's there, we've done it all over. All that little block and the gas station and Jackson Street closed, we would vacate it, and that's one big development. If you keep giving them the ability to do a little of this or a little of
That
that.
says I own this, and I just
Oh,
want to
yeah.
upgrade it a little bit,
Mhm.
and, you know, what's
They
the
could have
big
done it
deal?
by right.
And, you know, yeah, we could do it by right, and we could do, you know, our little
Mhm.
cramp store, and we could, you know, it could be, you know, but it's gonna be a nicer gas station, and it's gonna be modern, but it's still gonna be a gas station on this triangle, which,
They should have done it when they did school.
yes, it is a study in how you build out an urban corridor, make a lot of money on it, and make it not dependent on cars. And it's a wonderful thing.
I own 7, so don't even talk to
No,
me
but you
about
don't live on the
that
Boston
I'm
corridor.
that I am a bicycle. Good God, I nearly
but you're
run
not.
over him. I'm probably hit one on the way home.
But you're not on the
But-
Boston. I'm talking about that strip. You're right. It is perfect for that. It's wonderful. But you got the gas station.
You know what? When this redevelopment of this corridor started, there was a grocery store in every single station.
I would've told them, you gotta park
The
on South
plans
Side.
for the county.
Then they could've told
special
them to take her
exceptions-
house and
Oh,
stick
man, that was a big issue. Judy was involved in that,
Them a
those
site
days,
somewhere
too.
else.
And that was a big
They
issue.
think that they got magic, but they don't have magic.
So we wrote it into, we've got one more than we had in 1978 in the RV corridor. Every station has got one. Some of
Finagle
them too.
everybody.
We lost them all and got them all back, including one in the Safeway site. Joey Kemper put the Safeway back in his first floor. That was the first one that went. John FDIC built.
But I couldn't get that.
Those are his children. Yeah, I worked on that site plan.
Yeah, me too.
I listened to Hank Hume, who was Public Works Director at the time, sit with Art Walsh and.
I went home, nothing.
Lincoln Street, or whatever, Monroe Street. It runs right in front of the, it wasn't there. It wasn't there. And Art, he would say to Art, but it's there, you have to build it. Art said, we don't have to build it. Yes, it's there. He kept saying it's there. No, it's not there. He says, it's in the master plan, it's there, and you're going to build it as part of this site plan approval, and they built it. And they built the wall in the back of the little row of townhouses there, and you know, all that stuff. And you can build gas stations if you want them in the redevelopment.
No, you can't.
I'm both in favor of it, so I absolve myself of guilt here. I don't know what, this is why I wish there was a lot more instruction going on about the RV corridor plans. There are people who speak very eloquently about them. Chris Lineberger just thinks we're the greatest place in the world. And he was in the speaker series, the first speaker of the speaker series, Urban Design Speaker Series that planning is doing, that they did back in November. I think these plans are on the complicated side for, and a lot of people, you know, just don't get how they fit together.
So expensive now to go through the process that, you know, you don't get as much creativity.
Right. Yeah. But I, you know, test station fines. You know, the other corner is worse. The other two corners with the and the fact that the Pepco. I mean, or it's Virginia Power. We're showing our age. Virginia Power. You know, and there's nothing you can do about them.
But you gotta have you have to have transformers. You gotta have transfer stations. But and the beauty is though there isn't all that overhead stuff.
You do the air
It's all
rights.
underground. So all the wiring is underground.
Well, if there's any undergrounding on this, it's not going to be done until Hess is redeveloped.
They're going to reduce the number of tanks. They got 9 there.
Oh,
They're going to only have 6.
I don't care what they do once we've given them the things. I just, you know, on the one hand, you know, 4 feet on that parking lot versus, you know.
I'm not with the child care though. I'm not feeling them.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
I'm not feeling the child care.
I think their problem would be with that testing is getting a hold of those other properties and trying to close.
So when your son come home?
Oh, yeah, no, you need it.
Leases that go for 35 years, you know. And
Right. No, but that's the way they all are. That's the way every place is. And I don't think it'll go anywhere. Mine was more a moral issue of do you help them, you know. So, anyway, wrong
They must be
again. I
making a
guess
lot
I'll
of
give
money
up
off
my
that gas station and not want to
ambitions.
try it. Tell you, they can't do anything else.
bad that we're not recycling these
The big ones.
All right, everybody, take care.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, these,
Those aren't cheap.
no, they're not.
I'm just saying, wait a minute, make sure, because I had my file separated, I gave it all to you. Make sure. Those are mine, yeah.
Keeping those or throw those away?
I do kind of try to look at the minutes. And that's how I do it, is from my notes. Okay, but you, just double check before I throw anything else out. You have the,
I grabbed.
speaker slips and
I
the.
did grab the speaker slips in the minutes. That's the most important part. I have those right here.
And on that, it had also the additional exhibit that we got, whatever that was, that whole pile, okay.
App for your iPad. Actually, Essie showed me.
Oh, yeah?
It's like it's called iTalk.
Hmm.
And you just like tap it, and it's just like a digital recorder.
What you doing recommending approval on all those variances?
All right. The daycare center, that came from above me. So,
So the county should just go and take care of it.
those people have given us hell. Those people, the BZA family, every time they come in here. And they've said nasty things to us.
It's not just our office.
They've said that we're discriminatory towards them when they come in because we don't approve their stuff. So,
Well, it's good to have a Latina, the head of the chair of the board, and basically saying to them, I'm just not finding it in the law to be able to help you.
they spend a lot of time in the county board complaining about us because we tell them they can't do something.
Well, then they can, that's what I said. I think your remedy's at the county board. Because I think we're reading the zoning ordinance correctly, and I don't think just because of their choice of use, that creates a hardship.
Well, they should have appealed the decision if they didn't like that decision.
Talk to us or talk to her before they brought that place. She would told them, look, you can't park it.
It's something you can still use. It is good.
But
Well, I mean, people can never just assume, oh, well, we got a use permit before, so we can just look at that use permit. You can't.
I don't know, people do. Like,
You can't make those kind of assumptions. You have to know at the time that you're doing something what the ordinance.
and that's why you should, buying property, you need to have
Well, if you're buying
a real
property
estate
for-
consultant, a broker, or somebody who understands.
I mean, and that street is pretty interesting, because there's two parts out with the Roman church, and there's a Roman church, and then those medical facility, basically, right down the street from the Roman church. That was a very interesting, there's a whole bunch of little kind of off spaces, and then the church bought it, they have kind of big. So.
But is it the medical center? It's used to be a Virginia.
No, I think there were just a whole bunch of little medical offices.
Okay, so
The dentist's office. and-
But it wasn't attached to the campus.
This was their alternative, which is what they could have done with the two lots. Norma suggested they do this. The only thing they would need from you all would be a use permit to bring this back. Disney daycare center. It's no residence, it doesn't need a 50-foot rear setback. She said add on to it, for use permit here, park there. We gave them a determination saying that
Well, and part of it is, I mean, they need a use permit for any of it.
well, they need a use permit to expand. But that's the county board, they don't.
That would be us, right?
Well, they also wanted to be able to continue operating this daycare while they were doing construction, and they called the Shire office, and since left the Shire office, but she was like, no, you cannot have children in a construction zone, and they pitched a fit about that.
That was part of the issue of why they put a new center here. well, we're just gonna use this property. Good luck.
I don't think that
Alpha lets you do that. I don't think so either.
Well, but now it's kicked back up to the county. I mean, if they're the ones that want.
Well, the whole childcare thing, I mean, it's a fiasco. I mean, they're short-staffed over there. The board has kind of been pussyfooting around about whether or not, oh, do we want to fund it or do we want the state to take over it, or do we want to have a local one? And it's kind of new people apparently came out and were like, no, we need to have, you know, 'cause I mean, the reality is that there's, I mean, it's a huge industry, and there's a lot of like, two work, you know, like households where, you know, both parents work, and they, I mean, it's just, you know, and it's like,
Yeah, corporate childcare in this community is really,
yeah.
so I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's just something to me which was.
Well, and that's the other thing too, so like this.
I mean,
yeah,
are the
this-
signage even on the busy bee, because you've got the busy bee, right? It's like those big red letters, and you drive down the street down there, and it's not.
They should have, I don't know how much they explore the options. Because they can use this parking lot. Someone's full use bid. There's, what, 5 churches in this neighborhood within 2 blocks, huge parking lots. Probably.
Well, but 3 of them have daycares.
Yeah, I wonder if the other ones do.
visits and everything, and some other days. And, I mean, I'm doing that right now.
Partly, yeah.
But I usually like my annual physical on schedule if I know the number of days, last, I missed my last several days, including today. But see, we still have, I think we haven't gone really, really late.
No, I'm kind of surprised. It's bad for considering the number of cases.
Well, if we keep deferring the Lockyer case, because that's automatically a half hour, his neighbor will come in.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it should be a half hour, because I don't think we're going to grant it. We're just going to say, get your saw out and cut the damn fence down. Right?
Pretty much.
I mean,
You don't know how bad we want to see that every day.
you know, but given how we did the other one with the hunting part of that, I don't think there's any way that we're going to grant it. Now, I think the neighbor's going to be more upset because you have a 7-foot fence instead of 7.5 foot fence. You're going to be more annoyed that it's a lot harder.
Well, he doesn't have a hot tub. And all his women are girls. He's like totally bumming out. He's like, oh my god, this is like, he's like, it's like, I don't know, is that your wife or your girlfriend? Like, Jesus.
Mistress or, yeah. That was pretty funny. Good night, guys. Have a great holiday.
You too.
Are you traveling or are you here?
I'm going to Philly probably for a week. I haven't told Norma yet. I'm going to tell her tomorrow. So, but yeah, I'm going to go up and see my family. I actually might stay through to New Year's. I'm trying to decide, go to the Mummers Parade and all that.
Well, that's good. I mean, Wednesday, it doesn't end up being that long.
Yeah.
So you might as well enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm trying to like work out, because I was thinking maybe going up that weekend, maybe on Sunday, or the Saturday, Sunday before, and then stay through that week. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll stay through till New Year's Eve. Like my cousin, she lives like right on Broad Street in South Philly, so like the Mummers Parade goes right down, so we can just hang out, look out her window.
Yeah, do they do a nice first night?
A what?
Nice first night, like a New Year's Eve party?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Well, I actually asked him, I said, what are you gonna do, Chris? He's like, I don't know. He's don't do. She's like, I don't usually get that creative because I hang out and drink all day.
My husband, in terms of physicals, he had two choices. He finally got a new doctor. He could either get in to do a physical in April, or he can come into the doctor at 8:30 on New Year's Day. Guess what? He's going to the doctor.
Doctor is going on New Year's Day.
They were.
I mean, I can see being like an ER, whatever.
So I was like, okay, I guess we're not going to be partying very hard on New Year's Eve.
Maybe you should teach this doctor a lesson for having hours on New Year's Day. They show up like